Papi. Maki Ndareni. Hi, Maki. Yeah, comrade. Good morning, comrade, everyone. Can we try and observe the, social distance? Let us keep on a space from each other so that um, I know some of you come from the same area, but let us try and, as we've seen the rise of infection, it's rising up COVID these days. So let's try and observe these protocols. So you are welcome and you are free to speak. And comrades on the Zoom, you have to lift your hand so that we can give you a chance to ask or say anything or comment. As we know that here today we are here because we saw a need for us to be here because of what is lately happening in our country and probably in other countries also in the world. But what is affecting us here, it's directly giving us an opportunity to understand why people act the way they act and why we should address it. We should know why we're here and what we are expecting to learn or to know or to get from this workshop. So I think all of you have papers where in your hands. And I hope at home where in a Zoom, you'll have papers also so that you can write. I will mention what you need to write so that everyone will know what we are doing. We'll be on the same page or on the same level. So these are the first activity, which is expectations. Number one, you will write that I hope I'll come away with, and then you leave a space out of this workshop. I hope I'll come away with, and then leave a space. Number one, I hope I'll come away with, and then leave a space. Then you write it whenever or at the end of the program. Number two, you will write the questions I would like to be answered during this workshop are, and then you leave a space. Fill in. The questions I would like to be answered during this workshop are, and then you leave a space where you will write whatever you will like the question that you need to be answered. The question I would like to be answered during this workshop are, that's number two. Then the last one is number three. I don't want to leave you behind, comrades. I will take you step by step. If you're done, are you done? Good. Number three is the content I have about the workshop is, and I leave a space. The consent I have about the workshop is. And make sure that you keep make sure you keep that page or that piece of paper safe until the end of this workshop, because we're gonna come back to it. Oh, A concern I have about the workshop is in the space. The concern I have about this workshop is, and then we leave the space. And make sure you keep that piece of paper safe until the end of the workshop. That's number one activity. Number two, we are going to talk about the ground rules that the house itself will make them. I'm gonna write them, you're gonna tell me which ground rules we should have. Maybe, let's say, for example, we should keep our cell phone off. For example, like silence maybe, not off, because maybe they are very emergency, you know. So just keep them silent because they will be disrupting. I was making an example, but I need a ground rule from the house. You should give me, then I'll write them here. Anyone want to combat Trevor?
Yeah, I think, good morning, colleagues. I think that one is a good one to start off with.
Oh, put your phone on silent. Number two. Keep your Zoom on mute. Oh, blah, blah. Number three. Yes, comrade. Respect one another. Respect one another. Any ground rule, comrades? Oh, there's nothing. There's none. Zoom, do you have any suggestion of the ground rules? Anyone?
Yes, I've got my hand up.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to emphasize a mutual respect, and nothing we say is stupid. The second rule that I want to add is that people must be free to express themselves in whatever language, as long as someone will translate for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Any ground rule, comrade, that you want to add? Yes, comrade. Yes. Let's come right. And give space. And give space to. Oh,
Can people always please speak through this microphone so that people in the Zoom room can hear you?
thanks, comrade. Are we done, or should we add another one? Feel comfortable, comrades. Everyone is allowed to speak, and we are encouraging everyone to speak and participate, comrade. Don't be scared. This is your space where you are able to voice everything that you have, comrade.
Hello, comrade. Comrade, can I say something from Zoom here?
Yes, comrade.
So can we say things through the chairperson and also not interrupt in the meeting?
If you want to maybe say something, you can type on your keyboard, then the comrade will read it for you for the house.
No, I'm saying as a ground rule, comrade, to say the
Yes.
ground rule is, can we say things through the chairperson? And then
Okay, so
also as a ground rule, can we have no interrupting?
Okay, I understand you. Okay, cool, comrade. Yes. Or number 6. Okay, your point is noted, comrade, and they've also listed it under the raise your hand when you need to speak, and this space for the speaker without any interference. So are we fine with the ground rules, comrade? Good. Let's move because we don't have time. We only have 45 minutes. So we're gonna do this is number 3, exercise, empathy exercise. So I want people to brainstorm, like ask yourself why people move from where they are to another place. What makes them to move from wherever they come from to where they are going to? And also I want you to imagine what can make you as a person to move from where you are. We know the pushing factor that make people to move. It's either the war, it can be eviction, maybe from the locals, it can be something else, but just think what can make you move from where you stay or where you stay to wherever you want to be, where you will feel free and safe. Just brainstorm, think about it. That is step 2. Should I repeat it? Okay. Step 1. You need to brainstorm and think about why people move away from where they were to where they are going to or where they are. why people migrate, in fact. Yeah. Step 2, what do you think, what forced people to flee their respective area? Because we know, as I said earlier, it can be a natural cause, it can be a war, you can name them, economic turmoil or whatever. But just, I don't know, what are you going to think, or what do you think people move away from there? What make them flee their home? It cannot be only the migrants from other country, can also be South Africans, That's number 2. And then I would like also to ask a question. Okay. You didn't get number 2. All right. Number 2 is explain why people are being forced to flee their homes. Just think about it, maybe why people flee. Volume. I take my mask off, maybe it'll be fine. Sorry. Why people flee their respective homes? That's number 2. When you brainstorm, you think of war, you think of eviction, you think of natural disaster, you think of economic turmoil or terrorism. You got that? I guess we got it. Then maybe you should, I will ask this question. Just think about it. I'm not saying give me an answer now, but just think about it. How many people are displaced in the world? Just think about it. Maybe at the end we'll talk about it. Yeah. And then our step 3, I'm going to ask comrades in the room to be in groups. I don't know how much, let me see. In 3 groups. Then you'll be like 4, or 5. One group will be 5. Can we do that? Please, comrades, so that we're able to work as groups. Then we'll do the number 4 activity or step. I'll give you like 2 minutes. This is the first group. This is the first group. And this is the second group, the third group, and the 4th group. All right, 4th group, yes. Don't have to move far from the people that you have. Then you can make the second combat if you don't mind. Like the first group here. Group A has the tactic, the group A, they know. Before 4, if there's 1 extra, it should be 5. I guess everyone has a small paper. You don't. All right. Yes. We gave 2 papers, right? For each one. Okay, I'll give you another paper. Can you take one and pass it through, please? One per person. Oh, yes. Okay. Unfortunately. All right, good. Are we right? Okay. I would like everyone to close their eyes and imagine what can make you flee your home. Number two, think about 3 things that you will take when you flee your home. Just imagine this thing is happened now and you have to leave now. What 3 things that you think you can take with you? And write them down when you have done thinking about it. Write one of them. Just think about 3 and write one of it, or you can write them all of them, but I think one is fine on that piece of paper that I gave it to you. You tell me when you're done. Zoom, are you doing the same? Good. Some people are still writing. So are we done? Okay, I think we're done. Oh, some people are still writing. The comrade was out, didn't imagine it, wasn't closing his eyes. Can I repeat for you, comrade? Yes. Can you close your eyes, imagine you have been evicted or you have to flee your home? What are the 3 things that you will take with you? And please write one of those 3. Imagining it's happening now. As you close your eyes, you can see things are happening. You have been moved away. It's either there's a fire or you've been evicted or there's a war. You know, you have to leave. What 3 things that you will just pick them up and move and leave? Are we all okay? So if you're done, just lift your hand and then I'll come and give you a mark. So you're going to tell me what is that and why. Just explain to me why would you take whatever you have decided that you will take. Yes, comrade?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I found this question so traumatic, you know. I don't want to lie, and I never thought of this. I found the question traumatic. So I thought maybe it would be floods, you know, because we just saw floods. And then I just wrote one thing. So my son left me with a dog. So I would go with my son's dog because, you know, it's a living being. So I wouldn't feel good leaving it behind. And I know my son would ask me, what happened to my dog? Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Comrade number 2.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but nevertheless, if such a situation happens, you need to make your way out. So in my regard, I would first of all look at my wallet for me to be able to reach my next destination or to have my next meal. The little that will be in my wallet will serve me right. And given the chance, I'll pick my cell phone. Why would I choose to pick my cell phone? It's for the purpose of communication so that I can also be able to contact people in my contacts for assistance. And if I still have the chance, which I know it's very impossible to pick three things because I've been in such a situation before whereby you are raided and you are forced to leave. In most cases, you don't pick anything. You forget everything by that moment. The only thing that is more precious for you is to take with you your life. Thank you.
Comrade?
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I will say I would like to agree with the speaker who said. I would like to agree with the speaker who said the question, not your question, but the question is very, very, very hard. At the sense of which, for the question, in terms of war, what I think and believe, as one of the speakers just mentioned, that sometimes you don't have time, but you do have the 1 second that you have. I think I'll just grab my child who is just nearby me, as I'm always babysitting. I think that will be what I'll take when I flee. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Any? Oh,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to say what I think I must pick, but I'm going to say what I did when I came here to South Africa. Even though there was some warning signs that I'm under attack, but I did not able to pick anything except what I have with me by that time. That's what I picked. And later I started to make some moves to communicate or to ask for my relatives or my family to bring me what I needed to. But I don't think I have picked up much even later. It was only myself and whatever I was with by that time. Thank you.
thank you, comrade. Yeah, these are the experiences that we need to hear. Anyone from Zoom want to say something?
Yes, please come.
Sure, you're welcome.
So for me, 2 weeks ago when we fled home, the Dudula guys were coming to us. We had 15 minutes. We thought they would be there. So I rushed home and I just said to the kids, grab stuff, put it in your bag. Let's get in the car now, we're going, And we left and we forgot our papers. We forgot food that we needed. We forgot everything, we had no plan, and you think of these things, it's nice to do it in a workshop, but when you're in reality, you're just panicking and you're just thinking, we put the animals in and we put the animals' dog bowls in, but we forgot their food,
Yeah.
It's very
I got-
traumatic, comrade.
Yeah, I do get your point, comrade. It's very, yeah. Any comrade from Zoom?
Yeah, comrade, this is Pat Horn here from Durban.
Yeah, correct.
So one reason that would make me leave home is if my home was destroyed in a flood. Maybe that's very close to us, and it has made one have to think about that. And I think that because I'm staying on my own, I don't have family members that I have to take with me. I think I would take my laptop and my phone because my whole world is kind of on there.
Yeah, comrade. Thank you. Another comrade from the Zoom?
Hello, good evening, good day, comrade.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Bravo.
Yes, Bravo.
Okay, yes. Unfortunately, through all my experience, a couple of years ago, when I came from work, I lost my shack. Everything was burned. Luckily, the only thing that was very important to me was my ID, because in that way I could actually retain and actually go and back to the bank and all these kind of things, because somehow, some way, it sometimes depends on what is actually more important and valuable. And the only lucky thing in life is that sometimes if you don't have any people maybe that is inside of the structure or stuff like that, or maybe if you have, even if you have to flee your country, the most important thing is that because your identity is lying behind that thing, understand? So I think for me the ID would be the most important thing at that moment. I'm not sure, but how the others would feel, because from there everything, because identity is an important thing, but from there usually yeah, no, let me not drag it, but yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thank you, Bravo. Can I have the last one from the Zoom?
Yeah, I've got my hand up. I don't know if you can see when we raise our hands. It's Fundi from Kempton Park. The first questions that you raised were what drives people away from their homes. For me, I think it's fire, it's climate change, it's a persecution, and it's violence. And I would only take my family, because that's what I did when I had a challenge of a burnt house. I only took my family with.
Thank you, comrade. There is one more person. Stephanie.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Stephanie.
Yes, I heard someone saying that thinking about these things, what would you take if you had to leave your home? That is traumatic, and it is really traumatic, and because it's things that happen so unexpectedly. You have your way of living your life, and most of the times these things happen to us when we are the most unprepared, and that is why sometimes it is difficult to decide whatever you take with you. If there is a fire, for example, I see the fire from far, from the neighborhood. My neighbor's house is burning already. I can say, okay, maybe I can take my ID. I can already prepare my ID. I can prepare my I can have my bank card ready. I can have my ID book ready for me. But sometimes it bursts just like this, and you are like you are let's say, for example, like those floods, those floods. Sometimes you think that okay, it's raining, and maybe the rain will just stop sometime, but all of a sudden you realize that your house is just going down. So it may also depend, and but I think that sometimes when we are given an opportunity like this to think about these things, I think it's very important, and I do appreciate this kind of exercise. Thank you.
Good, Tiffany. You're gonna go back to the house. There is someone else.
Greetings to you, Chair. I raised my hand. Just wanted to comment. My name is Gabriel. In terms of moving from one place to the other, be it migration or what, I'm thinking again we should not ignore the element of nature that it is in human nature that people move from place to place based on different factors. Again, maybe if we come to maybe forced migration, like for instance, famine, stuff like that, wars and stuff like that. In other instances, you can be thinking of what you can take but cannot. But maybe if it comes to the element of human nature that you might feel you want to go live somewhere, there you will then have time to maybe prepare, plan, and maybe take whatever valuables you want to take. But as I said, in times of extremes, you might want to, but could not. That's my comment, and I thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you for, yes, comrade. Yeah.
So I live alone. So the first thing I thought about was how to take 3 cats, because there's 3 cats that live there by me. And then I thought that's not really going to be easy, because how do you carry 3 cats as one person? So then I thought, okay, 1 cat, the small one that can't look after itself, and then my strong shoes and my hard drive. But now when I'm listening to everyone else, I'm realizing that I've left the house without my ID book, my phone, or my wallet, and I'm going to be in terrible trouble. I'll be able to walk, but I can't get money. I can't feed myself. So I think this has been a very, both a very traumatic exercise, but also that you start to realize that any of us could be refugees in this time of climate change. And also that it's not an easy, it's not going to be a logical process. You know, I'm realizing that hearing people, because you know, I've thought about this before. What if there's a fire? What do I grab first? And I'm realizing that it doesn't matter what you grab, it's not enough. That's part of the problem.
Thank you, comrade.
Thank you. In addition or through my comments, I will say from what we heard from the ground here, I still believe when the situation is in action, you will never know up until those who have passed through that can tell much better. With experience, which is traumatic, what I can say is sometimes we are just thinking ahead, but when the situation is in that moment, you'll never know which is which, up until whatever you have managed to grab will be the one we'll be talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. I'm only left with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. According to my own experience, in the situation like that, you cannot manage anything. Myself, since 1998, when it comes to Congo Day, I separate with my family. I think now is the 2nd year to meet with my firstborn. It's not easy. You won't have time to take even your ID book. When the situation finds you the way you are, you need to save your life. You won't think about anything else. You'll forget even you got a bank account or whatever you have, just to save your life. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it is very I don't know how to say it, you know, but one comrade said those who were into it, they will tell a better story or a better like, you know, but I mean, it speaks to us, all of us, because one of comrades said we can be refugees at any time. We can be, displaced at any time. Like now, what is happening in Durban, see people are losing their houses, the mudslide and stuff. So anything can happen to us. We need to picture ourselves in those people's shoes, That's why we need to be against xenophobia, like attack or discriminate people, because we don't know where they come from. We don't know why they are here. And it might happen to us also tomorrow. So we need to think beyond the country or beyond the color. As we are human beings, we need to respect each other and treat each other as human beings. Comrades, I don't know what to say, but listening to the stories, it makes me feel bad. I've seen Kailisha in the news. A lot of sex has been banned. I'm just thinking about their livelihoods, what is currently happening. It's very difficult. You can think of Rwanda, genocide, people were killed, murdered, in a broad daylight. I was in Marikana in the past few weeks, and then we had this one student, he said, yeah, I understand that 34 people were killed in one day, but in my country, 400 people were killed, and no one knows where they are. Okay, for me, it's very painful, but when I think about the country that it comes from, it's like, this is worse. This is South Africa 34 is nothing, but this is life after all. So you can imagine there's so many countries that things are happening. In Zim, you can go to people who were killed in the Durban, okay, Matebele, something like that, Mugabe, my comrade can. All right, good.
Yeah, Zim is quite a scenario as well. Can you hear me now? All right, yeah, Zim was quite a scene. We're talking of the early 80s, around 1983 to 85. There was a thing called Kukuraundi. It was sort of ethnic cleansing. Over the report that then came out, I think around 1989 or so, states about 20,000 people were killed by the regime that is still in place. Actually, the current president was actually the Minister of State at the time. He was actually the man behind the Kukuraundi, the operations. But also we had another one in 2008 during the elections. This time it wasn't about ethnic cleansing, it was about killing the opposition, because people had transcended the ethnicity politics. The regime was now under siege because it was clear it was losing power. So they were killing willy-nilly everybody, whether you are Shona or Ndebele, as long as your opposition, people were killed. Thousands of people were killed. And a lot of people left their homes. I remember 2008, a lot of people flocked into South Africa because of those killings. Eventually, even the opposition had to withdraw from the elections because it was pointless continuing in that kind of process. But then afterwards, we then had the government of unity, which then saw the opposition and the ruling party in government together. But then we are seeing that now it's also coming back. So sometimes when people are being told that they must go back and fight, you see, it's difficult to fight in Zimbabwe. You have a party that has been in place since 1963, right? They've developed, some sophistication. They've captured all arms of the state, the army, the judiciary, the legislature, everything is captured. So it becomes difficult for people to fight. And there are no weapons in Zimbabwe. You can't get anything to fight back. So it's quite, like the comrade said, some of these questions are traumatizing. It's very traumatic for a lot of people. So yeah, initially I was thinking, okay, what I would carry with me when a situation arises. I'm thinking, okay, my personal belongings, what are those? Luckily for me, I'm always carrying my wallet, where that's where my ID is, my bank card and everything else. So it's always in my pocket, right? But then the other things that I might need, my cell phone, I'll need something to wear. What do I do? But then also you find that there's a spontaneous attack. What do? You just live. All you have to carry with you is your life. And you might end up in South Africa because maybe you think this is the safest destination that I can get to. Yeah.
Thank you, comrades. We still have a lot of programs, and that's going to touch base on a lot of things that we have also like touched, or also we feel that we need to talk about. So we still have some couple of hours and some speakers. Let's hope you'll engage on those. I'm going to close this one now, comrade, due to time.
Comrade facilitator, I had my hand up.
Oh, okay, I'll give you, comrade.
Okay, thanks, comrade. Just quickly, look, amongst other things, just speak. Oh, my name is Maki Nabeni. I stay in the area of Kensington, Joburg.
Yes.
Amongst other things, I just picked up, a point, you raised, earlier on, about, us, sometimes not knowing, why people, are here, or why people leave, their places. Okay. I think in the majority of cases, people know why other people, leave their places. Okay. Also because of the information, that is out there, be it radio, TV, and other forms of, communication. But I think for one, what is important is also how do we relate to the situations of other people. Okay. It's not that the majority of the people, even working class people out there, they know what is taking place, for example, in other countries, the Southern African continent and so forth. Okay. Yes, the level of understanding may not be, the same, as people, given that, our development is in most cases, uneven. But the point here, one is driving home, is that how we relate to to the situations of other people is very important. And I think forums like this, okay, and other forums are very important in playing an educative role in whatever sphere or work, we are operating, okay. There is a need, for education, conscious education processes like this, okay. And I think for the tale of two matches which took place, 2-3 weeks, ago, is one case, in point, okay, where you had, two matches, and it also served or created, a space and opportunity for people, when particularly working class, people, be it community, labor movement, and so forth, to start discussing, these questions, and not leave them to the powers, that be. Okay. Then how I wish, we had, enough time and space, to think the comrade, before me, you were speaking particularly about the issue of Zim. Okay. I think, my dear Com, there's more to that. Okay. the history of revolutions have shown that there's no power that can remain forever, no matter how strong they are in terms of the arms. Okay. But yeah, let me leave that, for now. Okay. I think we can still make time to discuss that. But I think the point you raised, very much interesting for further discussion. Thanks, comrade facilitator.
Thank you, Ndabeni. Comrade, has come to the end of this session. We're going to give ropes to the next facilitator. I think that's Comrade Dorcas on the Zoom. Comrade Dorcas, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Morning, morning. We can hear you.
Can we see you as well?
Good morning. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Greetings.
Yeah, we can see you.
Yes, sorry, I'm having an issue with the lighting.
Yeah, we
Good
can
morning,
see you.
everyone. Okay. I'll just share my slides and then we'll proceed.
Okay.
So can everyone see my slides clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, comrade.
Great. Good morning, comrades. My presentation today, or this session, will try and understand more about migration. And 3 or 4 key issues to examine in this session is: 1, why do people migrate? Why do people leave their homes where they have grown up to move to another environment, society, country? Secondly, what are the factors that fuel migration? Fourthly, what actors fuel the push factors in migration? And what real-life case studies show us or tell us about migration? Okay, so in looking at the first question, why do people migrate? We can divide it into 2 groups. Push factors, right? Push factors are factors that push people to leave their home. These factors drive people from their home. And so examples of push factors could be conflict, right? We've seen more recently the Ukraine-Russia conflict and how people have had to leave their home in limited time to escape violence. And there are many examples across the world of this. Drought, okay, which creates limited resources. Food insecurity is also a reason that forces people to leave their homes. Unemployment has been a source of migration because in their home countries, there are low levels of employment or low opportunities for employment. And for others, there is no source of economic livelihood. And so there's a desire to look at other avenues, at other destinations that perhaps provide an opportunity for economic livelihood. And of course, discrimination, where people, because of their identity, because of their belief systems, are completely oppressed, okay, and there's no freedoms available. And so because of that, they have no other choice. And this is what we mean by push factors. They have no other choice. It's a life and death situation where people are forced to move from what they know to newer pastures, right? So a life and death situation. And then we have pull factors. Pull factors are things that attract people from their home. So many a times there are positive incentives, there are positive benefits that pull people to leave home, to migrate to another country or to another province or whatever the case may be. Educational opportunities, perhaps, better work opportunities, looking for a higher standard of living, and perhaps an environment that allows you to freely express yourself, right? So these are some of the attractions that pull people from where they live or live to newer destinations. And so when we talk about why do people migrate, we can sort of have these 2 big points, right? Push factors, pushing them by force, and then pull factors that sort of attract them to these new areas. So when we look at why political push factors fuel migration, we have to look at political leadership, especially in these countries where people are pushed. And going forward, I will focus more on the push factors, because when we look at a lot of the migration challenges in the world, it is because of push factors. People have been forced because of conflict, because of oppressive leadership, and so on, right? So these are, I'm looking at situations where there is no other option. And so we have to look at the home country of individuals who migrate. What kinds of political leadership exist in their home countries? Are they oppressive and authoritarian, where human life is insignificant, right? So oppressive and authoritarian political leadership pushes people to migrate. Political leadership that engages in the gross violation of human rights, right? The individual has no say, no freedoms. You speak up and you disappear, or you are arrested and you are taken from your family. This creates a desire to move elsewhere. Leadership that creates an environment of inequality and exclusion, right? And so when this system is perpetrated in a home country repeatedly over years and years and years, it leaves many with no choice, okay, than to find a place where there's some level of inclusion and some level where they can flourish and engage politically, economically, whatever the case may be. And of course, weak political leadership that fails to respond to the needs of its citizens. And this is very common when we look at a lot of the conflicts that are taking place around the world, a lot of political leaders, right? There is a failure to respond to the needs of citizens. Those who are that are the most vulnerable are the ones excluded from decision-making, are the ones who do not have a voice. And so these factors, in many instances, working together, create a push factor that fuels migration. And then we have weak institutions. Okay, we have institutions in many instances that are oppressive and exclusionary. It is who you know and where you're from. And then you have institutions that benefit the few and not the majority. You have weak institutions, be it social institutions, economic, public services that celebrate inefficiency. They celebrate corruption. It is allowed to happen easily and freely in those situations. And then you have institutions that deliver poor service repeatedly, okay? And over time, these worsen. And the question of weak is weak in the sense that they are not responding to the needs of those that need it most. And so in this case, they are weak political leadership and weak institutions. So politically, these are some of the push factors that fuel migration. Economically, what factors fuel or push people from their home countries to other destinations? High levels of poverty, persistently, right? Persistently. And the aim of this is for us to be critical and begin to unpack the more underlying, long-standing, never-changing structural issues that create a push factor. Okay, so high and persistent levels of poverty, low employment opportunities, or in some instances, low pay, economic systems that frustrate businesses, right? Be it the policies created by government institutions, be it the process to perhaps set up a small business, just systems that can help businesses, whether small or informal, to function, do not exist. So frustration in economic structures, and then societies that cripple innovation, okay, that cripple innovation, and insufficient resources. Of course, corruption is a major factor in that case. And so when resources are not used for the benefits of communities and societies, but used for personal interest, whatever is left is not able to address many needs. And so for others, in frustration with political factors, economic factors that are persistent over time without change, leads to a place of frustration, okay? And sometimes you throw in conflict, you throw in war, and this creates so many factors for why people migrate. Other factors that fuel migration, we can look at environmental issues. Climate change is having significant effect. We're seeing floods, we're seeing drought across the African continent that is affecting people's livelihoods, people's access to food, and so on. Security is a major push factor, okay? And when you listen and read some of the situations that people have had to escape from, you know, horrific situations where families are divided, armed groups, rebel groups attack villages, divide children from their parents. People are left with no choice because we have a completely scary, horrific situation. And so poor security, low security, the rise of different non-state groups have created push factors. Criminality as well is a source or is a push factor when it comes to migration. Cultural issues, suppression of freedoms and rights. There's an absence of political tolerance in home countries. And so because of that, people are forced to flee to survive. And so who are some of these actors when we talk about political, economic, cultural, environmental, whatever the issues may be? Of course, we have to look at host governments. What is the context in that home government, I mean, those institutions and so on and so forth? How have they fueled push factors in migration? Okay, a government that is quick to use violence with no warning, a government that is willing to destroy homes and communities without a thought. These are key actors that push people or force them to leave, right? So sometimes it is not their choice to leave. It is not a personal decision to leave. The environment and the context has created those frustrations and those limiting situations. Then we have external parties. When we talk about Africa particularly, we need to understand how history has created this environment of migration, right? When we look at the colonial interests on the continent, the colonial activity on the continent, we see a creation of division, right? Western interests supporting one ethnic group, one identity group over the other, giving them more control over other ethnic groups. So a divide and rule mechanism or system has been ingrained in African governments, right? And so we're dealing with a divide and rule scenario from history, us versus them scenario that is still very pertinent in the times that we are in. And so external actors in history have played a role in division and currently still do, okay? Because we know of reports where Western interests have provided resources and weapons to governments that have in turn used this to incite violence on their citizens. Then we have non-government groups, which I call third parties. These are militia groups, if you want to call them that, armed groups, terrorist groups, vigilantes. So on the continent, we have a wide range of actors, not just government anymore, all different groups trying to wage war in some way against others, trying to incite violence against others, and so on. These groups all play a role in fueling push factors. And of course, citizens. Citizens as well play a role in fueling push factors, right? We know of the case of Rwanda, where people who lived peacefully together as neighbors for years turned against each other in the name of fighting the other identity, and so on and so forth. So as citizens, we have a responsibility as well to ensure that we are not fueling push factors in migration. And so I want us in groups to go through 3 case studies. I'm not sure if you can read it, but I will read it out loud. This is the case of the United States and Mexico. And so a large scale permanent, so the work or the exercise is to identify the push and pull factors in this case study. This involves Mexicans who are leaving Mexico to move to the United States, okay? And so a large scale permanent international voluntary migration from Mexico to the USA began over 30 years ago. At this time, the southern states, especially Texas and California, were undergoing a period of rapid economic growth. Mexicans crossed the border and went to work as farm laborers at harvest time in Texas or California, in the new factories, or as cleaners, maids in large cities such as Los Angeles. The Americans were happy for the migrants to have these dirty, poorly paid jobs, often with long or unsociable hours, which they did not particularly want to do, but which were important to the region's growth. The migrants, on the other hand, were very happy to have any job in the USA, as unemployment rates remain high in Mexico. 40% are unemployed and 20% are underemployed. The way of life and standard of living are also much better in the USA. It was assumed that the Mexicans would return to Mexico after a few years, but many have stayed. I'm not sure the setup there, colleagues. If it's already set up in groups, can we perhaps have a 5-minute discussion on what the push and pull factors are for migration, in this case of Mexicans and the United States? I can be guided by the facilitators on that side.
Very much, comrade. We had 5 groups. I think they will also do the same with your exercise. And yeah.
Okay,
I think they're
thank
still
you, colleagues. Okay. And don't limit yourself to this question or this little reading. What other silent push or pull factors can we draw out from this case study?
And people on the Zoom can just drop in the chat box.
Sure.
Comrades, I'm just wondering if it's possible that we can be put into groups on Zoom. And you can't. Okay, no problems.
About 2.5 more minutes, and then we move on to a quick debrief and the next case study.
Dorcas, we have how many minutes or seconds?
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Yes. And then what I can do then is perhaps read the comments on the chat while we can have maybe 2 groups speak at the forge, just to give us their feedback, if that's okay.
I think that's fine. So we have left with 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, it's time. So let me quickly read some of the Zoom comments. Yes.
Okay, you can read them, comrade.
Okay. So from the chat, we can see some, let me just, yes, push factors. Unemployment in Mexico, underemployment has pushed people, okay, to the US. And remember, the USA welcomed them at some point because of rapid economic growth. And so this leads to some of the pull factors from the US, the need for cheap farm labor, this being an opportunity for unemployed Mexicans to come and work there, perceived land of milk and honey, right, of better opportunities. Yes, we're willing to do the poorly paid jobs. Yes, we're willing to work for long hours because that is still something as compared to the factors that we experience. Gabriel notes the prosperity of migrants, right, as a pull factor, and that encourages more people to move that direction and of course bring family and relatives to where they are. And then Jean points out the case of the DR Congo. Applying this Mexico-US case to the DR Congo is a silent war driven by foreign stakeholders, external actors conniving with corrupt leaders, with a death of 12 million Congolese, still not considered a genocide. Julie points out the net migration of USA from Mexico is negative. So people go there to work and then return home. Kumbi points out push factors are the weak governing structures and third parties, right? If there's unemployment in Mexico and underemployment, we have to look at the structures that have birthed or created these scenarios, okay? She already points out about media and sensationalizing things and desensitizing people. Nigel says some people will point out to poor border control, okay, as a pull factor, and perhaps not strict enough immigration policy. Thank you, Nigel. How do we counter these arguments in other workshops that we will have in the future? And this is something I've been thinking about. How do we have a deal with those counter arguments in our various future workshops? Dirty, poorly paid jobs is a push factor. Imperialist forces, right? Nigel mentions undermine the Mexican economy so that cheap exploitable labor is available for the USA. Then we have drug cartels in Mexico, a huge source of insecurity, forcing people, pushing them to leave Mexico. But the US policy, our US engagement has perhaps contributed to this problem. And so we see how many players are involved in push factors, excluding the victims of these policies, right? So I think I'll stop there, and maybe two groups can quickly share in 2 minutes what they came up with.
Thank you very much. I think much of the comments we would like to concur with the ones that have been raised on Zoom. The main one being poor governance in Mexico. And it is on record that the Mexican government is a mafia government. Crime in Mexico is very high, drug abuse, a lot of things happen in there, to the extent that those that are in government benefit a lot from drug lords. And as a result, just a few people benefit from the economy of the country. So with the push factors that are there, which include the growth of the economy in the US, a lot of people find themselves crossing over to the US for a safe haven, where it doesn't matter how much they are paid, but there is sustainability. And as a result, they will provide for their families. And the other thing is that also the livelihood is something that we all need to understand, that if you are a mother or a father and you have got kids around you and you can't manage to provide for them, you don't have a plan for their future, and you are in a country where your future is more like a dark night that will never come to an end, you are forced to migrate. The same, I can give the same as the example that we have between the two borders, the Zimbabwe and South African border post. I've heard a speaker on Zoom saying it's because of the weaker border controls. My brothering, I don't think it's something that we should even think to applaud, to say border controls should be tough. Otherwise, with tough border controls, we'll have a lot of human lives that will be lost. It's better where there are weaker border controls, whereby people might be in a position to flee a situation that is compressing and oppressive, and where you are always not secure, because every human life is very important. And as a result, those border controls between Mexico and the US had managed those people to migrate from Mexico into US. And we can even see now when the president of the United States, the former president, Donald Trump, wanted to strengthen the border controls, the incoming president came in and offered those migrants citizenship in the US. So in all humanity, we need to feel for our brothers, because the situation that one will be forced from is bigger than the situation that you think you are in when you receive them in your space. I thank you.
Second group.
One more group, or we can move on maybe, or is the group ready?
Yeah, look, I'm going to be a little bit selfish here, because I'm going to actually talk about, I dominated the group, I apologize, but I'd like to start off with the history of Mexico. And I think that we can say that that is probably a history of many, many places. Mexico actually
the United States, about a third, and I might be wrong, don't quote me on it, but about a third of the United States was actually part of Mexico. And Ulysses S. Grant, a US president, at the time he was a general or something like that, said that the war on Mexico in the 19th century was the most unjust war that had ever been fought in the history of the US. And so you have a situation where Mexicans are forced from a third of the United States down into a little sliver of Central America. So that's for starters. So that's a push factor that is part of history. Then the United States went to Mexico and said, we are having a war on drugs. They said to Mexico, we want you to have a war on drugs in Mexico because you are supplying us with drugs. The Mexican government very sensibly said, no, that's not going to work. We are not having a war on drugs, except the US, being the powerful bully that it is, said, you have a war on drugs. And if you don't have a war on drugs, we will come in and we will do it. And they forced the Mexican government to have a war on drugs. Now, what happens when you have illegal drugs? People form cartels. The only way they can control the cartels is to have violence against the others. The only way they can dominate and control the drug market is to have violence. And as soon as you make something illegal like that, you have violence. And that is what is driving a very big push factor in Mexico. The other thing is demand from the capitalist countries. The demand for avos has formed an avo cartel, a violent avo cartel, because of the greed of the West, of the consumers in the West that say, we must have avos. They're healthy for us. We've got to have them every single day. And so you create a demand, which then creates a wealth, which is not attainable by everybody. And so instead of growing food for yourself, for your country to support your people, you are growing food to make money to sell to America and Europe. Yeah, so essentially, that's my little soapbox, my little hobby.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next case study. It's a 90-second video. I don't know, let me see if I can. Yeah. Sorry, just a minute. Just a second, I will share it now.
Okay.
I call on the Myanmar authorities to suspend military action, end the violence, uphold the rule of law, and recognize the right of return of all those who had to leave the country.
Okay, so this is the next case study. What are the push and pull factors? Hey
everybody, good seeing you again. Hope you've
sorry
been
about
well.
that. I can show it again if that's fine, or is that okay? Hello?
They have seen it. They have seen it.
Okay, great. So we can go into breakout groups and discuss that case study. Thank you.
Thank you. People should mute, please.
Please accept the pop-up icon. Somebody's videos on.
We'll catch up.
Maybe, yes, for this round, let's hear from two teams at the Forge.
Okay. Which team is ready to speak? Oh, okay. Okay, we have a team C.
Greetings, everyone. I'll just be quick. You know, the main thing that we discussed was that the push factors were so great in terms of like the basic level of survival, violence, and persecution, trying to avoid violence and persecution, that the pull factors were just to be able to get anywhere that is like where you're not experiencing the violence. And ideally, if you could be having like some shelter and a little bit of food and health care, that would be like almost like a bonus. But the main thing was, you know, the push factors, getting people, you know, that you just want to be in a decent place where you're not under constant threat of violence.
That's a group C. Do you have other group that want to speak, comrades? I think you can read the messages from the box, chat box. Lucas?
Okay, from the chat box, let's see here. Political repression was a push factor. And Kumbi mentions the fact that citizens were also a push factor. Ethnic and religious division. And so people, depending on your identity, your ethnic identity, your religious identity, could create such a very difficult position for others of a different ethnicity, of a different religion, pushing them to leave their home. And I think this is a very good example of how citizens themselves play a role in pushing others like them out of their home. Okay. I think that was it there. Yes. Let me share the screen and then we will do the final case study. Then I will hand over.
Comrade Dorcas, can I just mention that on the last case, it was an interesting case because the pull factors didn't involve a country that has a lot of resources and a lot of economic promise. The only real pull factor, which is very obvious, is the fact that it's a Muslim country. But because Bangladesh is a country which is under threat of climate change, it's sinking into the sea. It's not a very wealthy country, but because its majority religion is Islam, that's really the only factor that pulled them, because the kind of discrimination in their own country against Muslims. So it's very different from people going to the USA or coming to South Africa in the hope of a better economic life.
Thank you for that. Very interesting point. Sometimes when people are forced to flee, they're not looking for something big and grandiose and so on. It's just survival at the core. And so that's something very interesting to think about. Okay, so the final case study is on Vietnam. The question is, what factors and actors have fueled migration? Okay, so in this case study, what actors and factors have fueled migration? I think everyone can read it. We can just give a minute to read, and then I'll leave it on the screen and we can go into our groups. So probably a 3-minute deliberation process. Okay, so in our groups quickly, from this case study, what factors and actors have fueled migration? So we can go into breakout rooms and at the Forge as well, and then we'll come back to conclude. Okay. So let me see what's on the chat, and then we can have maybe one group from the Forge. Okay. Fear and hostile political environment was a push factor. Okay. Kumbi raises the point that where were they going or fleeing to, these Vietnamese refugees? And they departed to different countries, okay, not just neighboring countries and so on. So they left their country and went to different countries where they could find refuge. And so Kumbi says, if it's the USA, it's quite interesting that the political arm of the US creates these messes, but then struggles to atone for the mess later when people run to them for refuge. Okay, so some of these actors, be those pushing a capitalist ideology, communist ideology, engage in war, and various countries become the ground for this war, creating mass migration. Julie July says actors include authoritarian governments, capitalists, right? Resources of countries divided amongst the ruling class, economic factors, push factors, political push factors, and so on. So a wide range of actors are involved in this Vietnamese case and factors. Can we have one of the groups at the Forge? Hello? Oh. Have we lost connection? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't think they're hearing us at the Forge. Can you hear us? Oh,
It looks like they're looking into it, comrade.
okay.
You want Dorcas to unmute, not me, comrade.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Can you hear me if I unmute, comrade?
Oh, we can't hear you. There we go.
Situation. I don't know. Oh, they see me.
We can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Okay. Can we put it back how it was?
So what is going on now?
One group needs to give their feedback and then we'll close the session.
Can you do it again?
Sound.
We can't hear their inputs.
No, we can't hear everything.
Okay. Could I just try other speakers? I don't know. There are lots of options here.
No,
Yeah,
we
we can
can't
hear that, comrade.
Yeah, we can hear you, but not who's contributing now or. Yes, we can hear you, but not the speaker who is giving feedback. Maybe the mic is the problem.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh. Oh, much better.
Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Trevor will give feedback.
I know, I was just repeating what the speaker on Zoom said about American imperialism and how in Vietnam, the whole thing started when the Vietnamese wanted their liberation. So it was a national liberation struggle. But with the intervention of the Americans in the context of the Cold War, it now became a capitalism versus communism. So the Americans lost the war in Vietnam. So it created a problem for the people who were in southern Vietnam, which was where the bases of the American army were. So that is the situation. Now, this thing of people wanting to go back to Vietnam is part of uneven development in the world where, you know, especially post-colonial countries, you find that there's a brain drain. Now the best minds are taken to Europe and then they leave the country bereft of, you know, skilled people. So this is continuing, can you see? Yeah, so there's a lot of xenophobia, but all the doctors are from Congo, are from the teachers are from Zimbabwe. So it's happening all over the world. Yeah, thank you. Did you hear me, Comrade Dukas?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much for your contribution. I think we can end this session then. I don't know if we have comments or there's time for any final comments. Or
yes,
please.
there is one question.
Thank you, Chair. Comrade Dorcas, I would like to pose this question to you. Since you brought these case studies from other continents, is there anyone from Africa where we could maybe spend most of our time sharing and discussing about what is happening and what is affecting us at the current moment? Because I thought it was good for us to have our own African case study like Zim and South Africa, where we are neighborings, and it happens that I am from Zim. I have an experience of what is happening currently on the ground, and here we have also some comrades from here in South Africa. So I thought maybe we could have done that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. The reasons why I decided to draw on other contexts was to help us shift from what we have experienced and what is close to us to kind of apply our experiences, our knowledge to similar situations like ours. And so that was the rationale behind taking other case studies is to allow us to sort of shift from our own context and begin to understand from various cases what the issues are, what the actors are, and so on. And I think with the feedback so far, it's been useful to kind of think about that, but also apply it to our own examples and our own cases. But going forward, I will include more African case studies. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, thank you. We will have a tea break. It will take about 15 minutes. Now it's 11:46. We'll be back by 12:01.
Yeah, comrade, I just wonder, if it.
Yes, we do want to chat.
Yeah, comrade, I was just thinking it'd be really.
You can close the
Unmute us.
video.
Stop. Close the video. Okay.
Then you can talk, yeah. Nature, are you still on? Because
Sorry,
I thought
the
you.
host keeps muting me.
Yeah, but no, I think we can continue because they are having tea.
Yeah.
Hi, comrades. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, but we want to talk amongst ourselves, né? So please don't mute us.
Oh, no, but sorry, they were making announcements and it's a bit disruptive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in a breakout room and then we won't be able to hear on this side. Is that okay? You can continue
That's
to chat.
perfect. And
All
then
right,
just bring us back when you've finished. Perfect. Can you
We'll
put
do
us
that.
all there?
Yes, I'll put you all in the same one.
Thanks.
So are we in the group now?
No, not yet.
I don't know,
Comrades,
comrade.
so, oh, okay.
Trevor's going to lead the poem. And then
It sent us back here.
What do you think of this?
My
book?
apologies. Comrades,
You're supposed to give us 10, 15 minutes at least because the tea is 15 minutes.
yes, it was still set to the previous timer. I'll do it again and change the time.
Thank you.
Hi, comrade, are you all, we are back? Comrade on the Zoom, are you there?
Are we starting?
Yeah. Hi, Gabriel, are you there?
Will you give it to Trevor?
Yeah.
Good day, Chair. I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, is everyone back on the Zoom? Comrades, we are about to start now. Everyone is ready. This session we are going to talk about illegality. So I'm going to hand over to a comrade who will give us a short poem in an African language. Accent.
Thank you. Okay, the poem is not in an African language, but it was written by an African. That will make you happy. It was written by Mafiga Pascal Gwala. It's a short poem, comrades, so I hope it comes across. Don't pass. I looked back. Don't pass. I went through my pockets. Not there. They beat into my flesh, those handcuffs. Then came the Kwela Kwela. We crawled in. The young man sang. In that dark moment, it all became familiar. Thank you very much.
Let's thank.
Helen
I think
Suzman,
we all hear it.
Member of Parliament, said in 1980 that pass law was the greatest single cause of racial hostility in South Africa.
Well, it hurt the black community terribly because it in effect alienated them in their own country. It meant that they were having to carry a tag which allowed white people, the state, to control where they lived. So it humiliated them in many ways and caused great frustration and psychological damage to people because you were given this terrible stigma.
A report in Sunday Times in 1976 quoted an advocate saying that pass laws were responsible for escalating crime rate in African townships. Sometimes I feel like breaking into a shop to steal things. A 20-year-old boy who couldn't get his passbook said this.
We have to work for the money, you know. So they couldn't work. There was no work because they don't have a pass. So how would they get money? Say they had to rob, you know. When you see the police, you've got to dodge or you run away if you don't have it. There is no way that you're gonna face them. Even whether they are at home, there will be a random raiding. They will raid, you know, they come to your home and they knock. I remember it was something that you would carry it and put it in the small purse, you know, in a small purse, or you must show that you've got it here. If it's not there, it's in your pocket, you will be beaten up. Why don't you carry it like that? In 60,
there was this huge demonstration against the past laws. And it led to what we call the Sharpeville massacre, where 68 people were shot by the police in an African township called Sharpeville because they wanted to tear up their passbooks. They refused to accept the passbook.
The pass laws don't exist anymore in South Africa, but the effects of that law can still be felt. Vilapi Tepe is from Johannesburg, South Africa. He currently studies at the University of Missouri.
The current generation actually have that thing that if our parents weren't oppressed back then, they could actually have the money to actually provide for us to go to university.
Apartheid is gone, and so are the laws associated with it. But the important question is, has the world learned anything from the evils of apartheid?
Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who treat me
Some
right.
Worcester resident.
Your dark hair, and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first.
Nelson Mandela became South Africa's first democratically elected president in 1994. It was the official
Some Worcester residents are outraged by what they've described as a re-implementation of the Dompa system in their area. Handymen, gardeners and domestic workers, among others, were recently forced to carry green cards displaying their names and police insignia. Once checked, these cards allow them access to affluent neighborhoods.
The reality, you're removing people. They've been blocked. They've been asked where they're going. They've been asked they've got no business around here, and they've been asked to leave. They've physically put them in the van, taking them back to Avian Park.
These cards, a Sector 4 operation, were printed from this office behind me. Police have refuted claims that these cards were for access control. They say this project was implemented to prevent criminal elements and to allow for police to identify known employees in these areas. Patrick Amos has lived and worked in Worcester most of his life. He says before last July, he's never had his movement restricted despite incidents of crime.
Iveke yonke ngayiphathi lonto, iveke yonke. Ngisuka napha emakhaya. Azande bisenza besigadi binganali binganalento. Dingazi uplaki ivelaphi ngalento zakhe. Yabo? Dingazi uvelaphi onangino lobhasi. Dingayazi uvelaphi ngezinto zakhe, engqondo zakhe yena uplaki lo. Yabo? Engqondo zakhe. Yabona lonto. Andazi uvelaphi ngezingqondo zakhe la mntu. Yabo? Andazi uvelaphi ngezingqondo zakhe.
Van op die kaart staan nie, wie jy al gewerk het nie. Dat is niet wat hulle sê. Die kaartjie staan mos jy kom van Pieter of jy kom van Geert af. Daar staan net die goed jy's 'n werker en die polisie chapas al. Daar staan nie waarvanaf kom jy nie.
If you got to restrict people, if excluding people, it's a basis of a difference. And you know also, if the history of this particular country, this thing of apartheid is always lying somewhere.
Jy voel amper soos dis 'n dom pad, jy voel terug na die apartheid toe jy word mishandel as jy gehad het. Jy voel soos 'n bees met 'n kaartjie om sy ore.
Kaloku la makhadi. Yabona la khadi eliya. Ndilikwe nguplakisi mos. Yabona? For thina abantu basenza esigadi. Yabona? Ufuna ujonga aba bangana amatekiti. Yabona? Ufuna ujonga bona qhekeza kula mahisa, baqhekeza kula mahisa. Yabona, le nto sizinikwayo mos ndinikwe mna ndinikwe le nto mos. Yabona. Unikwa thina abantu basezigadini apha. Kanti uyapatrola mos apha. Uyajonga uba anosebenza.
Even some of the people told us, look, we are even scared to wear the card within our community. Because it's all right when I'm at my job within a particular area, but when I came back, where the gangsters is operating, I've been seen as, oh, you're working with the police beds. So you're part of the police, working with the police. So you're becoming now in Pimpy. So that, for that matter, your life is in danger.
Alilunganga nangolo bangandibulala abantu. Bathi ndimpimpi. Yabona bathi ndimpimpi. Yabona. Kodwa umqondo umuntu omnyama ke. Yabona.
If you are 30, 40, 45 years, 50 years old, you don't have a job, you have kids to have to look after, wouldn't you accept it?
While police appear to have pulled the plug on this project, some residents are still calling for SAP's management to take action against those responsible.
We spoke to the sector ourselves, the sector promising us that they stopped it, they won't go further on it. But it was the same position 2 months ago. And behind closed doors, it was still issued. And that's our problem with it.
Die polisie moet maar seker betaal, want hulle het hom gemaak. Hulle het hom gemaak.
Apartheid. You've heard. Nelson Mandela became South Africa's first democratically elected president in 1994. It was the official end of white.
Let us not delay. Let him come. It's fine. Yeah, Nick. As long as we know that we are mazi.
Mara lo da mutu changa changa shabele shafana. Shafana. Binu ma ka pasira kama namle.
Eh, atibana mina na ngwezi. Umasingu. 2 bucks isasela mali.
Ya mile malamle 0982.
Yes.
Hayi,
81.
Mara usle. Itafa. Ukomela ngwana daila ish.
Ukomela phaka. Ande ka certificate chayena.
Yeah, sina ulanda kwa pepo wewe rote mwana mwana bro.
Bakhona manje.
Next time
next time ngoma makana ngathi bafana banyakatha hey. Washwa? Ufana utaka mali.
Hey, comrades, once again we come in with the dog pass. Don't pass. I look back. Don't pass. I went through my pockets, not there. They beat into my flesh, those handcuffs. Come, the Kwela Kwela. We crawled in. The young man sang. In that dark moment, it all became familiar. Don't pass.
Thank you, comrades. So I think we should just take a few minutes of reactions, how people are feeling after watching those and hearing the poems. Maybe somebody could start by, for those of us, because there was no translation in the third video, maybe somebody can explain to us quickly what was happening there. Just to give context, the first video, as you could see, it was made contemporary, but made about apartheid times. The second video was a news item from about 7 or 8 years ago, so after apartheid. And the third item you might recognize was just from about a week and a half ago. So I'm just going to turn it over to you. How are you feeling? What are your reactions and reflexes to what you just saw?
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I'll just try to translate the third video, where specifically it says you can be wrongfully arrested because of your language or accent. There are differences in terms of who is from where. The lady spoke differently with the police, of which they are saying they're speaking one language which is stronger. But because of provinces, some may be from Bumalanga, some from Limpopo, they are claiming she might be from other country. So the reason why he was up to be arrested, that's the reason behind the language. So my comment to some of what we saw here clearly is a true reflection of how people have been treated with no respect. Firstly, there is no respect for humanity. Secondly, we are not feeling for one another, irrespective of race, color. So I'll just stand there. Thank you.
Sure. I'm coming to the front in a minute.
Good afternoon, comrades. I'll just try to interpret the last video differently. It shifts everything that has to do with the Immigration Act from what is teased to actually, in a way, forcing people to be South African. I can speak that language myself the same way the policeman can. I can speak Sotho, I can speak Tswana. So every time I have to produce my ID, if I speak in Tswana, then they don't want the ID. So it shifts the whole intention of the police when they are looking for people who are documented or undocumented from looking for people who are South African rather than documented. The police, actually it shows that the police are not aware that there are people who gain citizenship through naturalization. You don't have to speak the language of that country if you attain citizenship through naturalization. So if I cannot tell them that this elbow, what this elbow is called in Tsonga, that means that I'm not a South African. But if I've been naturalized and I've got an ID which says that I'm a South African citizen or a permanent resident, they are not supposed to give me an issue. I think that is what the president was trying to explain, although he didn't explain it well himself. Wondering if he had not been a president and had been an official of the Home Affairs or a policeman, how he would have acted on the ground. Because the whole idea is that they want people to change and pretend to be South Africans. And I think it points to a point whereby there is a lack of education. There are people in South Africa who do not understand why migration is important and what is the benefit or contribution of migrants to the whole country. They think that is where Dudula gets its objective of saying they should all go. They even, when they say they should all go, they even include people with critical skills, which becomes a disadvantage to South Africa. I don't want to go further than this.
Thank you, comrades. Thanks, comrades.
So that the Zoom can hear us.
I have a sharp, short voice already. Huh?
Yeah, but it can't carry all the way to go.
Oh, the Zoom, by the way. Hey, I'm forgetting I'm becoming, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, comrades. Sorry, I'm late. I had to attend my daughter's school meeting. You know, charity begins at home. Thank you, Amandla. Even though I didn't watch the documentary fully, I think from what I'm picking up from Comrade Dumisan, I'm actually compelled to also say something. Comrade Dumisan, if you recall 2008, the issue of language was used as a weapon to actually determine who belongs and who doesn't belong to South Africa. You know, if you couldn't speak something like the elbow thing, obviously, if you couldn't pronounce it, even if you know what it is, like for instance, if you tell me, what is it? What do we call it? Ish, indololwami. It's just like if I say to you, say Munakamwe, you'll say, obviously, if you don't understand that accent that goes along with that word, it will be very difficult for you to pronounce, even if you know, if it's written. I'm studying French currently, but I'm struggling to even pronounce some of the words. So basically what it simply meant is, it was just for me, not only a xenophobic attack on those who come from outside of borders, but it had an ethnic component as well. Imagine somebody who comes from Limpopo having to be requested to also do the same. Do we have the same accent even when we're speaking our languages? So what does it tell us? That xenophobia carries various components. You know, there is the aspect around ethnicity. I was actually looking at what is currently unfolding, and I'm like, okay, it's gonna begin like all foreigners have to go out of the country. Once all the foreigners have been planning to do that, who is next? The next thing we're gonna hear, all those kind of migrants who are pushed because of climate change that we have experienced in KZN, the floods. Everybody will be now trying to protect their spaces in Johannesburg, in Cape Town, in Durban. Sorry, Durban is affected already. In other surrounding other provinces. So it's, I know it might sound like fun, but this is the reality. If we don't stop the small pockets that we are experiencing now, it might degenerate into something else. So what does it tell us? We are all bound or called to act on these xenophobic attacks before they blow out of proportion. I can see my fellow comrade here is smiling. Yeah, the young youth. We had a conversation at the edutainment the other time, and he actually offered to say he's gonna try and educate more and more students around in this area. So that's the message. The next thing we're going to hear, that a student who comes from outside of Gauteng province should not come and attend school at Wits University. You know, sometimes when we talk, it's like before it happens, just like climate change. Everybody was like, it's just that rhetoric. So comrades, I'm begging you today, part of the lesson is that let's all play a role. Tomorrow, whoever is coming to us in the name of they are trying to save us, tomorrow they're gonna say no women should be leading in different circles, and yet we are also maybe equally whatever. It's all these divisive factors around gender, nationality, race, ethnicity, and those are the issues that we need to begin to interrogate. As we are sitting, there's a particular dimension in which we are discriminated. We might not feel it now, but when it happens, when you enter a room and you feel it, that's only when you can actually sense that I felt like I'm South African, but I'm not really. You know, I'm an African. Viva Africa, viva. Viva KAAX, viva. Thank you.
Sharp, come. So I've got, now four more people in the room. I'm going to this person, and then there's a couple of Zoom comments. I'm appealing, comrades, just keep your comments quite short now. We're going to still have some more time for discussion again. Go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. May I stand? Just first of all, I would like to say, like my sister there, my apologies to arrive late, but I'm not that late. I was following online and I said, it's very important to attend those meetings rather than being online, because that's our African way of living, be present. From what I'm gathering from all these video, it's dehumanization in its pure sense, nothing else. We can put a name, xenophobia, Afrophobia, but it is dehumanizing as a human being that we are living on this earth. And if we don't stop this, and I've been giving this example on many platforms on the media, it happened in my country, the Congo, and I'm going to be as short as possible. Xenophobia, it's not just, as my sister explained there, the South African kicking the other Africans outside of South Africa, but it happens within our countries. And one of the reasons for which people like us have run away from our countries, it's because there's xenophobia in our own country. So, and the problem and the principle is the leadership of these countries that are captured. 1992 saw the decrease of the infrastructure in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, then Zaire, where Katanga kicked out the people from Kasai. It is still happening. Today, Congo is not governed by the Congolese people. It is governed and ruled by the Rwandan people from the 1994 genocide, which was planned to destabilize Congo. You are talking about Donbass. In the Congo, we don't have a document to say you are Congolese or not. The passport is not a document. It is a traveling document. But we don't have an identity in the Congo. So anybody can come in the Congo and do whatever, kill 12 million Congolese people, and it's still very right. So there's silence and war. So it's dehumanizing, and it is very important as human beings, as Africans, that we stop this mentality of scapegoating. Thank you.
I'm just going to go at the order in which you asked. So it's, sorry, sir, you last.
Thank you very much. You know, when my comrade sister Janet spoke, she triggered something in me, especially with all this that is happening. That's something that have driven me to stand up and try to put this comment forth. You know, our situation is mainly pushed by the type of leadership that we have currently. And I can foresee a very big disaster, because it seems African leaders and elections, there is always an animal that is arisen within people. And that animal is the animal that we are suffering now, even in South Africa. We can talk of ourselves as communities, as perpetrators of whatever is happening. We can point at Operation Dudula as if it's about the communities. We are wrong. And as civic society, I think it's high time we need to call a spade and face the bull by its horns. Our problem in South Africa right now, starting from Dudula, is from the ministers. We will be lying to ourselves if we bow our heads and swallow our voices and not challenge the Home Affairs Minister in South Africa for what is happening. He is the #1 Dudula. He is in KAAX. Seriously, because when she was speaking, I could see that in few years or a few months to come, when elections are coming, the people who are going to vote for a local MP are going to protect that MP with swords and spears, so that nobody can get into their space, because it's their space. Now we are having political discourse in the ANC. We are having a political party that is running the government without a proper structure. And that political structure itself is the one that have got all these problems. Their own fight is the fight that we are fighting on the ground. And it's high time we start to look at that. I thank you.
Thank you, Comrade. So there's two more people noted. Do you mind? I'm going to save you for just that we're going to continue just a bit further with the session. And then you'll be first when we come back to discussion. Is it okay? You sure? Sure. Thanks, Coms. And there's also some comments on the Zoom, which I'll read a bit later. So just to go to the next thing. So what this session is trying to ask us to also think about is what it's like to be undocumented, or what it's called in South Africa is people always talk about being illegal, as if your mother committed a crime by giving birth to you. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to move away from this language. Nobody is illegal, I would argue. But let's also, we're going to spend some time in this session trying to think about the experience of being undocumented, to try and think, how do people become undocumented? And also then looking at what do we know about the numbers of undocumented people in the country? Because again, if you believe the media, 80% of this room is supposed to be undocumented. So the next thing that we're going to do, does everybody have two little pieces of paper like this? Okay, so we're going to quickly have a quiz. It's not the IEC, but here is the question. I'm going to just hold this up and I'll take it to the back. It's going to be an anonymous answer. Let me get up here so you can see it. You're going to answer anonymously. Okay, so just on one of those pieces of paper, sorry, on one of the pieces of paper, or for people in the Zoom room, you can send in a chat your answer. The quiz is, how many undocumented immigrants, international immigrants, do you think are in South Africa? You can just write the letter of the answer. So A is 15 million, B is 4 million, C, I don't know. Okay, so just write write what you think is a correct answer, and then I'll send around a box that you're going to put. Keep the other slip of paper. We're going to maybe do this again later. Okay, while you're writing that, and then I'll take this to the back so that the Zoom people can also see correctly. I'm going to take this opportunity to now introduce our next person who's going to talk to us a little bit about the issues of what do we actually know about migration and immigration in South Africa. And that's Sharon. Oh, please help me to pronounce your surname correctly. Ekarabo? No? Sure. So if you would like to come up as you're ready. So Sharon is a long-standing activist. Many of you may have seen her before in many different struggles, ranging from Palestine solidarity to anti-xenophobia. Today, she's going to be talking to us in her capacity as someone who works for the LHR and who works with migrants. Okay, so that's her expertise for today. Can I hand to you? Sure.
There's just going to be a short clip. Amandla. Viva, comrades, viva. Okay, so before I start, Comrade Fanon is going to just show a short clip. And then I've got a presentation. I'm very sorry, it's a PowerPoint. So if you can just show the short clip, and then I'll speak to my presentation.
Became South Africa's first democratically elected president in 1994. It was the official end of white minority rule, otherwise known as apartheid. Apartheid, you've heard of it.
It's fine if you can't. I'll just start. Sorry, just getting used to the doing the thing.
I'm originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. There was a war which broke out. I lost my mom in, I think, 1998. That's when I lost my father. Young people will be kidnapped, forced to join the military. So we started a youth movement to advocate on the use of child soldier. Every time we'll meet, either we are being arrested, being beaten, or tortured. I stayed in prison until 2002. I thought I would end up losing my life. And that was the point for me to leave my home, DRC. When I arrived in South Africa, I launched my claim for asylum seeker. I'll be going every morning to the Department of Home Affairs. There was a long queue there. I slept outside there. I experienced all the worst things which someone could experience. I eventually got my asylum seeker papers. It took me, I think, a year.
Personally, it hurts. It hurts seeing people in this position. Refugees in South Africa face discrimination in various facets of their life, from accessing healthcare to being the target of xenophobic attacks. Foreigners also face discrimination within the workplace, and so it becomes difficult for them to survive and thrive in the country. Lawyers for Human Rights covers a broad range of issues. Besides refugee and migrant rights issues, environmental rights, land and housing issues, prison reform, gender rights. Can we be of assistance today? Throughout the year, Lawyers for Human Rights also offers trainings to the communities that they serve.
I learned a lot from the training, from the organizing to advocacy to capacity building. That was, to me, a turning moment. I became a paralegal. Ulifika South Africa wakati gani?
12 janvier.
Après, on a une opération.
Après opération, il transféré pour radiothérapie.
I assist refugees in different ways. Maybe to fill the affidavits when they want to do their appeal within the Department of Home Affairs, or sometimes I will refer them to Lawyers for Human Rights. They've been assisting so much, including myself when I was in trouble with the law.
A little towards the end of 2014, Martin was walking one of his clients out of his office, and he was approached by 4 police officials.
They said they are coming to stop and search. I say, okay, my document is in the office. This is my office. Yeah. Can you give me a minute? I'll bring you the document. They refuse. I say, okay, if you don't want, then let me make a phone call inside. There's someone to bring my documents. They refuse as well, and then start to pull me on the streets until to the police station. Taking me in the prison, take me back home to DRC. It comes straight in my mind.
During this time, he was assaulted. We did assist in the release. After that, with Martin's consent, we decided to do a damages claim. Seeing him on the witness stand made me realize the impact on him. That's the moment that I realized it didn't matter how much money he was going to get for this. The impact it had on his dignity couldn't be reversed. But at least there's some form of redress. So Martin, I just wanted to give you an update on your case. The magistrate found in our favor, so I'm very happy about that. They should have taken reasonable steps to give you the opportunity to identify yourself before depriving you of your liberty. So
to me, that outcome of the judgment, it's something which even boosts my energy to continue in finding that, in one extent, law is working in the country. Because
Shall we just, it's fine. I think we've shown enough. So I think one of the reasons why I wanted to screen this today is the point that Faith makes when she speaks about human dignity. And earlier on, one of the participants here spoke about this question of human dignity. And I think, going forward, we also need to look at what the constitution in our country, why human dignity is a core part of the vision and what our constitution stands for, and respect for human rights. I'm going to go to my presentation and then, but please just stop me in between if you have any questions or if you want to make any contribution while I'm going. Fernand, do you have my presentation? And I just want to give a shout out to Nigel. I see he's online and I know that he's in hospital at the moment. So Nigel, I hope you're doing okay.
All good, leaders.
Okay. So Claire was saying this question of no human is illegal. And I want to just link this to the point about race, because that was the discussion just as I came in, and I'm sorry, I was busy at Seri this morning. And I think, that's another issue that we have to deal with, that race is a concept, it's a construct. It's not, there's no science to the fact that there are Caucasians and there's Indians and there's different races, white race. So I think that's this question of race is linked to our struggle with xenophobia, and I'm glad that one of the comrades made the point that whether we talk about Afrophobia, xenophobia, it's a global phenomenon. I'm just reading a book on John Lennon. I don't know if any of you know John Lennon. And there's a book on John Lennon against the USA. And it's how the Nixon administration, going right up to the president, got involved to want to get him, using immigration law, to get him deported because he took a stand against what was happening in Vietnam. And he took a stand against what the USA was doing. So this is, it's a global phenomenon of the way in which states using their nationalism, fascism, and linked to that, the othering that we see, whether it's homophobia, whether it's Islamophobia, and in our context, we see the form of xenophobia. So I'm also with many of the comrades in this room working with Kopanang Africa against xenophobia as well. Can we, the next slide, please. So I think my presentation today is to look at the statistics, and I'm glad that the quiz that went around asked that question. Because we often hear, aside from the numbers, we also hear that there's 4 million undocumented migrants in our country. And I want one person to give me a footnote of a reference of where this number comes from. What method was used to come to this figure that we have 4 million undocumented foreign nationals, migrants, all the words that are used for this to describe this. Now, I think what I've done is I've included figures of internal movement and international movement. And can anyone explain why we need to understand internal movement and also to then understand the number of people that are coming from the region or from the continent? Why is that important in our country? Let's start with the internal movement. Why do you think we need to know the numbers of people moving internally from one province to another province?
It helps planners to understand what the infrastructural needs are, educational, health, all those sort of things. So I would say that if you have a movement from KZN, because of the floods, to Johannesburg, for example, and if it's a significant movement, you would need to know how you should plan for it. That's why I think it's important.
So at the moment, except for stats, oh, sorry, Janet.
Thank you very much, comrades. I think it's more about what comrade, is it Kath? Yeah, Kath has actually alluded to the planning purposes, but also resource allocation. And as for individuals, it's also about, I know it might be quite controversial, but for service, delivery in a way that you are able to access certain services. Like for instance, banking, one would need the, an understanding of who somebody is. Sorry, now I think I'm getting into it. Thank you. Yeah, but it's all about that.
Thanks, Janet. And at the moment, other than Stats SA, there is no mechanism to collect disaggregated data about movement, whether it's internally or whether it's across borders, whether it's circular migration. So many people come to South Africa to trade, to buy goods and go back to their country from across the continent. Now that's not migration, that's just people having moved, come here, bought their stuff and go back. But often our country then calculates that as part of the number of migrants in our country. And I think the final point I want to make on this is that we are not sheep. We're human beings, we have dignity. And so to know that there are people, and it's not, yes, it is about displacement during floods, and we need to talk about the climate crisis as well. But it's also the fact that our past was a one where movement of Black people, there was incredible repression, and it was Black bodies were policed. And of course, the majority, the Black people would have been illegal in the white South Africa. And so we lived in Transkei, in Bophuthatswana, in the places in this country that the least resourced and the worst conditions. Now, the new South Africa has to allocate resources for urbanization, for movement out of those under-resourced areas, or to invest in those areas. So then it's very natural for people to move with their families from from a rural area or from one area and come to an area where they work. And it always strikes me that if you look at the Marikana massacre, the majority of the people that were murdered by the state came from Eastern Cape, and their families were still in the Eastern Cape, even though they were working in Marikana. Now, the Lonmin Mining Company should have provided housing for that entire family, because you're working in Marikana, you're not working, you've left the Eastern Cape, but because you're Black, you must just come and give your labor, but you're expected to go back and live in shit conditions in the Eastern Cape. So I think that's the way we need to understand why numbers getting disaggregated data. And the final point is then, without this disaggregated data, without knowing that we have 3 million people that came from the Free State to Gauteng, then Minister Motsoaledi, when he was the health minister, he could say, oh, our hospitals are flooded with foreign nationals. But he can't say we have this number of people that are requiring services in our hospitals, in our clinics. So for that number of people, we need the proportionate of healthcare workers to patients means that we need more healthcare workers. So we need to budget for more healthcare workers for our clinics. But what do? When it's overcrowded, then they blame the migrants and foreign nationals because they've eaten the money, because the money's gone, which meant for employing health workers and doctors is gone on corruption.
On that point, I would like to make a comment as well. When they're talking about skilled professional, many of these hospitals have got migrant doctors that are servicing. They're not talking about that. So it's actually a brain drain from other African countries to South Africa. And that's really appalling.
No, absolutely. So this slide is just to show you where the concentration of people are in South Africa. It's just 3 provinces, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape. And the other provinces are impoverished because of our history. And there's been no effort by this government. And the Constitution gives it the power for transformation. And transformation means allocating resources proportionate to your levels of poverty, so that people don't live in informal settlements anymore. So people living in townships, that's upgraded, and the conditions that people live under are improved. So that service delivery that someone spoke about is the same as you'd get the service delivery in Sandton or in the rich suburbs. So I think this is again another important slide when we in our countering of arguments by politicians about these migrants are coming and causing all the problems in our country. You can't have a country where there's 3 provinces have the concentration of the population, and the other provinces, because of lack of resources, people are moving out of those provinces, and there's not enough investment and not enough reason for people to stay, whether it's schools, whether it's a whole, in itself, the slide shows you just the skewed development in our country. Next slide, please. And then this is a slide about interprovincial, which I was speaking about earlier on. And you can see that Gauteng province has the biggest slice and share of people moving to this province. And that's got its history in the mining industry, our history of mining, of people moving for work. And that trend is continuing to a certain degree, the Western Cape. And this movement, again, is because people are moving from the Eastern Cape to the Western Cape, because it's the same thing. There's incredible corruption, firstly, in the Eastern Cape, and there's excessive unemployment, poverty, and the conditions of the schools. I mean, I don't know if many of you know that there's a massive water crisis in the Eastern Cape. And people there's just no water coming out of the taps. People have to queue. They are in absolute conditions of indignity. And that's not because of the climate crisis. That's an administrative failure of that government and the province. So this just a very quick slide to show you that in some provinces, there's a decrease in the population because people are moving to the other provinces. And there's no thinking, what is our policy as a government in addressing this and ensuring that we are investing in provinces where the conditions are so bad. And it is because of our past. And I think I want to keep repeating that, because the Constitution gives the government the power to say, we're going to have a wealth tax because we don't have enough reserves in our pot, whatever it is. And we're going to, all private companies, either you pay extra capital tax or you pay a wealth tax, because we have, and they can show the figures. We're going to invest in the Eastern Cape to improve the conditions in these settlements. We're going to do this, but people don't, it's not using its power. It just assumes that the private sector can just carry on making excessive profits. And at the same time, it is eating the money. The corruption is is a key factor in taking resources away from poor communities and what would have been investment in those communities. Next slide, please. And this is a slide on international migration. And you can see that I think these slides are from like 2017, 2018. So they're not right up to date, but they're the most recent stats. That international migration between 2016 and 2021 actually was 1.07 million people, international migration. And that's taking into account all international migration into South Africa. And it was, again, Gauteng province had the most number of international migrants, and then followed by Western Cape and Northwest province, and then the Northern Cape. And these are all the pathways of migration into our country. So that, I mean, it's just a quick slide, and I'm put this in comparison to internal migration, which is a much, much bigger issue, and ACMS has done a lot of work on this, the African Center for Migration and Studies, on the impact of internal movement of people. And the danger here, if we're going to continue down this road of xenophobia, and if Nhlanhla Lux has his way and we kick out all the 2-3 million migrants, international migrants, then it's going to go next for the Zulus mustn't be in Gauteng, or the Shangans must be moved out. It's going to become ethnic, because that's the implication of how movement is not being managed, where resources are not being allocated to allow for urbanization. And if people are coming to Gauteng, we have to ensure that we are investing to account for that population. We can't stop movement of people. Movement of people has been part of humanity. It's never going to be stopped, and it's a progressive thing. You know, if you look at the statistics, there's an increase in the number of women who are migrating, and they're moving out of agency. They're either leaving very violent relationships, or they're leaving to be able to earn a living so that they can look after their kids if the fathers have disappeared, or the parent, you know, sorry, do I have a time constraint? Oh, okay, let's go quickly. Next slide. I'll be very quick now. So this is actually the number of, according to Stats SA 2019, 3.6 million foreign-born persons in South Africa. And you can see the rise, and it's not a steep rise, it's a very gradual rise. And actually statistics are showing that a lot of migration is going down, international migration is going down. Next slide. And this, according to the DHA, is the official number of now they are putting this figure and saying they're in South Africa a total number of 888,000 documented migrants on different visas, but you know that number is questionable, and they say the number of asylum seekers is 184,000, and there's a total of 82,000 refugees. Now I just want to, one point on this is this figure has remained the same since around 2010. Am I right, Roshan? Not a single new refugee has been given protection since 2010. And yet we know what's happening in the DRC. We know what's happening in Somalia. So that's and this is a point I made earlier on. There is no disaggregated data. There's no mechanism to collect information about how many women are migrating, how many children, how many people are coming internally, migration and external migration. Next slide. This is just to show you, again, a point around internal movement of people and where it's concentrated. So again, it's just a very clear map on it being concentrated in Gauteng and other parts. The darker parts are where the map that's pulled out on the side is showing you the fact that Gauteng is seeing a large influx of people. Next slide. And this is internal migration, and this is international migration. And again, a much, sorry, this is the internal migrants. This is a much bigger movement of people compared to international migration, and yet we don't hear the government speak about the question of internal migration. Next slide, please. I'm coming to my last few slides now. Sorry, I've been going on too long. So what we are seeing in the current state in the country is clear institutionalized xenophobia. Anyone coming with a claim for protection, refugee protection, fleeing countries like Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Uganda, where and Cameroon as well, where there's severe repression because of your sexual orientation. They come to our country and they get rejected. The minute they make a claim, the first thing is they get rejected, and then they get into the asylum system by challenging that rejection. So once you appeal, then you become an asylum seeker, then you have to go every 3 months to the refugee reception office to get your stamps, your papers stamped. And this is clear in the way in which the immigration officers engage with anyone claiming refugee protection is you are lying, that you're coming here because you want jobs, or all the stuff that's been spoken about. And none of the Refugee Act, which has been amended, there's serious problems with that, but it's still one of the most progressive in the world because it talks about urban integration. And none of those policies are applied. There's blatant institutionalized xenophobia in how our country is receiving people seeking refuge in the country. And there's very little alternatives for someone who's fleeing as a so-called economic migrant. And I think there is a discussion on its own about how many people move because they can't live off the land anymore. And that's largely because of climate crisis. Sub-Saharan Africa has been hit worse by the climate crisis, with the kind of floods we're seeing in our own country, in Mozambique, and then heat waves, which makes it impossible. And we are not considering this question of climate refugees. And what we say is, oh, they're economic migrants, as if they just choose as tourists to leave their country and go to another country. I'm just going to go to the next slide, and I'm trying to rush to the end. So just to say that this asylum system is strained and it's failing to effectively and efficiently fulfill its functions. And with the pandemic, it's got even worse, with the refugee reception offices just being closed completely. So many people are walking around with papers that have expired. They should have renewed them in 2020 in March, but the RRO's closed, and then then you're asked to show your papers. And when you see that they're expired, then you're arrested unlawfully, or you're attacked in the way that Operation Dudula is. Next slide. So these are the challenges. I'm not going to go through them. I just a long shopping list of all the problems that are plaguing the Department of Home Affairs with respect to addressing the question of asylum seekers, refugees, migrants. But as you know, it's the same for South Africans as well. And I think this is something that I'm not sure if there's enough done to make this argument that it's actually most often the poorest that suffer the indignity of trying to get documents, whether it's getting your child papers registered. If you have a medical aid in Sandton, then the consultants come around with dignity and your child is registered. But if you're born at Barra or at Charlotte Maclecker, there's nothing of that. And why? Just because you're poor and because you're Black. And next slide. And so I think, what we're seeing with the amendments is that they've created a paper wall where you have to be applying, you have to be at this place in so many days, you have to write up, you have to have a transit visa, all of this which delays and delays and delays them actually granting you protection. But there's also the question of the criminalization of migration in our country. And I think that's, we're all living through it right now. All the slides that you've been, the videos that you've watched, it's simply, rather than embracing the fact that human movement, these are human beings, and it's predominantly because it's Black African migrants. And that is, it's how this country treats migrants, whether if you're white, if you're rich, if you have money like the Guptas, then you're welcomed, and if you're going to be stealing money. But when you're poor, you're treated in the way that you are. Next slide. And this, I think we need to be Comrade Trevor, you've spoken about this, a Pan-African vision. What does that mean? And I think we need to give more meat to this. This is what the Pan-African vision, what African Union, and it's all failed. I mean, they got a 2063 agenda, but today is 2022, and we ask them, how far have you gone in getting this question of an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa? And I think it even mentions slavery, colonial, you've got all these radical words, but they have done nothing. And I think it's something we need to, whether we expose this, the complete failure of the African Union, the complete failure of Pan-African Parliament, and the complete failure of SADC as a region, which is a bunch of men who gather and collude against poor people. Last slide, I think. I think this is something that we can, the African passport, is there political will, or will narrow nationalist chauvinism prevail? And this is something that's being actually, proposed by the African Union. Our own, and I think the last slide I'll speak to this, is our own immigration, the white paper on international migration calls for a SADC visa, which is basically, we all have one document for movement in the region, and free movement, and you just, it's a visa that everyone gets. You don't apply for it, you just get it because you live in Southern Africa. And why can't we get that? And South Africa is the one that's putting the biggest problems and blockages to the, and I think this is something it's achievable. We should be fighting for a SADC visa for dignity of movement. I think that's the last slide, yes? Thank you, comrades. Sorry, I took too much of time.
Thank you, Sharon. That was very informative. So don't run away, because what time did we come back from tea? Oh, okay, then we are quite a lot over time. So just to round up then, I think we can have further discussion later. There is going to be further discussion. I think we can have time, maybe if there's one or two direct questions, we can just put them on the agenda now and make sure they're answered. While people are thinking about that, just to quickly finish off the results of our quiz, please everyone take one of those. Okay, if you said 15 million, unfortunately wrong. But this piece of paper that we're giving you will tell you the reason you might think that. It's not your mistake, it's Herman Mashaba's mistake. And in fact, 15 million is the number of undocumented people in South Africa. So that includes South Africans who were born in rural areas, but never got a birth certificate. It includes someone whose birth certificate burnt, and they can't prove who they are to replace their ID book. Okay, so it's not migrants even, it's anybody who can't prove their identity. Most migrants, someone pointed out to me, even if they don't have the correct visa for South Africa, they come with some identification in your pocket. We heard people who've had a real experience of having to move saying they grabbed their ID book first. If you thought 4 million, again, unfortunately wrong. That's more like the total number of migrants estimated to be in South Africa. And that includes documented and undocumented people. So the closest thing to the real answer is, we don't know. Who knows? Okay. So I can see one hand in the back. Can we take one? Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, so I'll just tell you, so most people in this room obviously are wise to that. 14, oh, I see. 15 people said C, 3 people said B, 4 people said A, and 2 people resisted the question completely, I'm pleased to say, by instead writing, we are all illegal somewhere. Okay. Okay, thanks, Combs. Is there any quick question before we hand over to the next session? Sorry, sure. So just can very short inputs, please, because we've still got one more session. Thanks.
Oh. Sorry, comrades. It's very difficult to be in a room okay, late. You can't hear me. Sorry, Ash, I'm not so techno savvy. I tend to forget what's going on. Anyways, I wanted to just add on to that question, Comrade Claire, just to say it is very disingenuous for whoever policymakers to make such claims. How then do you know that it's 4 million if you have never even documented them? And what we understand is contemporary migration trends, it's about clandestine migration into South Africa sometimes, but many have their documents with them. Then they get undocumented whilst they're here in South Africa, but they've entered as documented. So all those particular aspects need to be unpacked. Then in addition to that, before I forget, oh, what was it? Okay. So the other issue is that the issue of documentedness in itself affects South African citizens. Did we know? This is the fact that we met at Hillbrow, whatever, and in our memorandum when we marched as KAAX. There are several locals, but it also speaks to the question or the presentation from Comrade Sharon, where we had to understand what is internal migration. So now if you say there are 4 million undocumented migrants, so I can come from Mpumalanga and I'm a migrant into Johannesburg. Remember, we are all migrants there. Then I can't account that number. So it's very, very problematic to make such hyperboles that are not substantiated by science. Hence, these policymakers, they ignore the research that are actually conducted by independent academic institutions or civil society to suit their own narrative. I thank you. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you so much, comrades.
Thank you, comrade. So the last 1 minute was just Juleka wanted to say something.
Thank you, comrades. I'm from the informal sector, talking about illegal and migration and issues about who is legal and who is illegal. This is where we sit as the illegal informal traders. That's why we are called informal, illegal informal, meaning it was never ever documented from the first day when migration took place, meaning government has never done their job. I can tell you, I can attest to that, because government has never ever come to the informal traders to find out exactly how many informal traders are sitting in spaces as we speak. Meaning, at the moment, informal traders are sitting without permits. And they say, where is your permit? Excuse me, which permits are they talking about and which documents are they talking about? So they have not done their job. Until today, we still haven't seen them do their job. And then the people that they are doing this very job now at the moment is the informal traders, because they know they have mismanaged the city dismally. And I can attest to that. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, comrades. Sure. So we're about to move into the next session, and there will be in the closing session, which is after this next one. I hope we can also get some time if there's any questions that we are still leaving outstanding to cover those, or any points that people still want to add. I'm just going to hand over to Comrade Ferron, who's going to guide us through the next session. Do you want, so maybe I should just ask, do we want to have a 5-minute get up, stretch, grab a cup of coffee and come back? Yes? Is that a unanimous? Thanks, Coms. Okay, so we'll come back Literally just stand up, get a cup of coffee and come back.
Actually next we're doing a subtle version on Thursday. Yeah, and then we have to decide on
Hello, comms. Anybody know what time we'll finish today?
It was supposed to be 1:30. 1:30.
Sure, Dorcas, I enjoyed your presentation. It was so helpful. Sure.
Thank you. So how was lunch? Hospital lunch?
You know what? I just am enjoying watching what's happening.
Yeah, it's very
I'm very fortunate at the moment. I've got private medical care. A friend has sponsored me to get private care so I can get an operation. So I've been on medical aid now for 18, 19 months because I had to be excluded. But you come into the system and you watch what's happening here, you know. The workers here, they are outsourced. The cleaners, they're earning 3,500 Rand a month. They only get paid when they work. Can't afford medication. If you're sick, you still come to work because otherwise you can't provide for your family. Yeah, the system is drying people wherever you go. You know, you think you're coming to this world-class kind of private facility, and you just see the same system manifest again and again and again. You know.
Yeah.
You know, if the cleaner that was in my ward yesterday, she was sick, you know, and so she couldn't afford medicine. She couldn't afford to. So I got her med's office. Then they'll tell her to go home. And if you complain about the fact that she's sick and coming into your ward, she's going to get fired, you know. So you're just like, what on earth is? What does solidarity look like? You know, how do you stand with workers in a situation where the system just, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So how there for now, or will be there?
So they're saying until Wednesday. Unfortunately, during the day, I'm much better when I'm sitting up like this, because I think my lungs, but it's at night. At night, yeah, I've been under attack. My lung function dropped to 30%. So, yeah, anyway, I think they'll be able to get them back up and going.
Yeah, keep the positive spirit up. That helps too.
That funeral was profound, but I think, you know, we weren't too careful with COVID. That funeral was good. I really enjoyed being there. I thought it was important for us to be there. Yeah. I wonder how his family's doing,
So, and how was the vigil you held a vigil a while ago?
Yeah, we haven't done it yet. Yeah, because of us going into hiding, we decided not to do it. So I want to, yeah, I want to think about some other things that we can do. You know, I think I think there's some power in this interfaith justice coalition that we've set up, and we can link into bodies like this, and we can take human rights agendas onto a interfaith platform, and really help to get faith communities behind and other constituencies behind these causes. You know, it'll be really good to take some of this training and to go to some of the rabbis and pastors and imams and say, okay, well, let's develop some sermon outlines that we can distribute to churches to preach on truth around what's happening with migration xenophobia and why we shouldn't, you know. It'd be good to, you know, also get faith communities organized to back these causes.
Yes, oh yes, definitely. That's true.
We need movements, movements for justice in South Africa. It's so critical.
I agree. They're back.
Well, Coms, nice being with you all on this workshop on this lovely Saturday. Next time we must be in the room, huh?
I agree.
Enjoying their nice tea. Wearing our t-shirts.
So
amazing group.
people are having by
Okay,
Zoom.
great. Comrades, are you able to hear me on Zoom?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we're going to start the final session before we do a debriefing, a closure. So I'm going to ask Comrade Clay. Comrade Clay has to leave, so if Comrade Clay, you can help with the back end issue, and just open up the PowerPoint that I've sent to Pedro. Okay, comrades, my name is Pedro. I'm the Working Class Campaigns Coordinator and Educator at SAFTU. And you'll remember that what we decided was that we want to do a sort of internal Kopanang education session first, to be able to arm us with the best arguments and the best sort of
Comrade Ferrin, we can't hear you, eh?
Sound, please.
okay, comrades, 1 second. Comrades, can you mute?
We could read it when it was showing. It's not showing now. I'm also concerned, now it's showing, thank you. I'm also concerned that there's someone here with an unnamed telephone device GS something.
Is that they can hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I'm
great.
saying,
Okay.
I'm saying, sorry, Comrade Ferran, there's someone here with a Galaxy S10. I think they must rename their device to their name so that we know who is in this meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Comrade, the person who's named Galaxy S10, could you please rename yourself? Or if you don't know how to do that, just unmute and tell us who you are, and then we can rename you. I do that all the time. Oh, it's Professor KB Khan. Welcome, Comrade Professor KB Khan. Okay, so then we're going to move on now. Thanks, comrades on Zoom, for your patience with our technical difficulties here, but we are getting there. Okay, so the first part of the session was talking about migration and the push and pull factors. And I mean, I think it's important there to underline the sort of political and economic and social factors and historical factors that lead to migration. These are not neutral push and pull factors. They underpinned by very disproportionate power relations between different countries, and the imperialist and the imperialist drive of capitalist governments and capitalist industries, or the capitalist class, to be able to find new markets, to be able to find the cheapest labor, and to be able to dominate where there are natural resources where they can benefit from. So we've seen that sort of contextual factor, but now when we look at what are the impacts when we're here in our homes, in our communities, in our townships, what is the impact on those broader contextual factors on our lived experience, right? As migrants and as people who were born in South Africa, sometimes local migrants, of course, but also people that have sort of stayed put. So I'm a migrant, a local migrant from Cape Town, and I've moved to Johannesburg for work, right? And many people, I'm sure there are a number of us here that have moved from one place to another place inside of South Africa for work or for family or for various reasons. So we're going to talk a little bit about this, this notion of xenophobia, what it looks like, importantly, what it feels like, what is the experience of it, and then what we can do about it. We'll have a little bit of a discussion on what we can do about it. Okay, so can you do the next slide, please? Okay, so this is, I think what's important to recognize, we're making this argument to people who are maybe perhaps confused around the issues of migration, or feeling very resentful, but can't sort of are using resentful about legitimate grievances like not having houses or not having jobs or whatever, and then using migrants as a scapegoat for those resentments, or as an output for those resentments, to link it to the kinds of discrimination that, I mean, South Africa, we've had institutionalized discrimination, we've had legal discrimination. We know very much what discrimination feels like and looks like. And linking that, building empathy and linking our feelings of discrimination, our feelings of being exploited, being prejudiced against, like Comrade Clay showed the video of people still having to carry around dompasses. That legacy continues, and it's a useful way for us to build empathy between people who have legitimate grievances and are using migrants as a scapegoat, and link those same feelings that migrants might be having with their feelings of discrimination. So the first part of this session will be about what does discrimination look like and feel like, right? So this is a video from, you might remember a movie that came out a few years ago called District 9. So let's take a look at, this is discrimination against another group, an other, and how people justify and explain their feelings of resentment towards this other. Okay, you can play it. No, it's just in the PowerPoint, so you just have to play it. Just click play on the PowerPoint, yeah. Okay, sorry, comrades, just 1 second. They're just getting ready the PowerPoint. No, it's a video. Okay, just 1 second. Yeah, our system is offline. Oh, and Katie, sorry, just did you share it with the sound? Okay.
Yeah, because after last year's corporate, my wife was always encouraging me, you know. She said, no, you did fine in the corporate. I was a bit nervous. This little guy, hello, sorry. That's nice, eh? Yeah. Nice back.
If it's messing it up, you can leave it small. I think it is visible, yeah.
Yeah, because after last year's corporate, my wife was always encouraging me, you know. She said, no, you did fine in the corporate. I was a bit nervous. This little guy, hello, sorry. That's nice, eh? Yeah. Nice background with the people there. We are here at, must I look?
Yeah, just look straight into the lens, right?
We are here at MNU Head Office, Department of Alien Affairs. My name is Wikus van der Merwe. And behind me, you can see other Alien Affairs workers. And what we do here at this department is we try to engage with the prawn on behalf of MNU and on behalf of humans.
Now, to everyone's surprise, the ship didn't come to a stop over Manhattan or Washington or Chicago, but instead coasted to a halt directly over the city of Johannesburg. The doors didn't open for 3 months. It just hovered there. Nobody could get in. And they eventually decided, after much deliberation, that the best thing to do would be to physically cut their way in.
We were on the verge of first contact. The whole world was watching. Expecting, I don't know, music from heaven and bright shining lights.
There's a lot of moisture in here. Okay, just go slowly. Oh my God.
The creatures were extremely malnourished. They were very unhealthy. They seemed to be aimless. There was a lot of international pressure on us at the time, and the entire world was looking at Johannesburg, so we had to do the right thing. The government then established an aid group that started to ferry the aliens to a temporary camp that was set up just beneath the ship.
We didn't have a plan. There was 1 million of them. So what was a temporary holding zone soon became fenced, became militarized, and before we knew it, it was a slum.
Well, the truth is, nobody really knew what this place was. There's a lot of secrets in District 9.
first, a lot of attention was given to giving the aliens proper status and protection.
They're spending so much money to keep them here when they could be spending it on other things, but at least they're keeping them separate from us.
I want to be realistic with everyone. The aliens will not be able to go home.
The aliens are here to stay.
There were literally thousands of different theories as to why the ship seemed inoperable. And what was speculated was that a command module had detached itself from the main ship and then somehow mysteriously become lost.
Did it fall by itself or was it programmed? I don't know. Examination of the old video footage shows very clearly that a piece falls from the ship.
We look for it, Rod. We look everywhere. This piece is falling off that vessel for bloody months, man.
There were more energy weapon caches found. The Special Task Force conducted raids in District 9.
Where there's a weapon, there's crime. Tensions rose, and people became more and more fed up, and eventually the rioting started.
Residents in Tembisa rioted for the third consecutive night in an attempt to remove all the aliens from their township.
And I think they must fix that ship and they must go.
Virus, kry 'n selektiewe virus, né? Net die aliens uit.
They must just go. I don't know where they go. And they must just go here.
If they were from another country, we might understand, but they're not even from this planet yet.
The government having forced a nationwide curfew.
The aliens, prawns, they take my wife away.
The derogatory term prawn is used for the alien, and obviously it implies something that is a bottom feeder that scavenges the leftovers.
I mean, you can't say they don't look like that. That's what they look like, right? They look like prawns.
The aliens made off with an undisclosed amount of cash. One bystander was hurt.
What for an alien might be seen as something recreational, setting fire to a truck, derailing a train, is for us obviously an extremely destructive act. And now, after 20 years, public pressure had forced the government to shift the aliens out of Johannesburg. They had had enough, and they wanted District 9 to be moved and more intensively policed and controlled. So, to enforce this mass eviction, the government turned to Multinational United.
Welcome all, and thank you for coming. Please listen very closely to this briefing. Today we start a very complex and delicate operation.
This is the largest operation that MNU has ever undertaken, and we believe that this is going to be undertaken successfully. It is to move 1.8 million prawns from their present home in District 9 to a safer and better location 200 kilometers outside of Johannesburg City. We've built a nice new facility where the prawn can go, he can be comfortable, he can stay there. The people of Johannesburg and of South Africa are going to live happily and safely knowing that that prawn is very far away.
UIO protocol dictates that we give the aliens 24 hours notice of our right to evict. Today, you will serve these notices, getting the aliens to sign the I-27 form.
The legality that MNU is using to evict the aliens is simply a whitewash.
So I'm going to appoint a field officer to take direct command. Vickers van der Merwe.
Everybody always said that Vickers was not a very smart boy, but he was a wonderful son. That was my Vickers. Just
like up on the big stage. Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you.
I had to put aside the fact that my daughter was married to Vickers. That didn't factor in my decision to promote her.
It's almost as big as my wedding day. You know, not as big.
Vickers was always making me things. He said that way there just means so much more. He left his paper mache bowl on the sofa one day, and I didn't see it, and I sat down and I kind of squished it. They took all his stuff away for the investigation, and I made them bring it all back.
Hey, congratulations, man. Thanks, man. Okay, you're gonna go to P7. Lessing, how's it going, man? There's a shake. P9 for you.
I'm not saying what he did was right, but he took the choices that were given to him.
Okay, I think you can.
Is the guy that I've selected to replace me. If you can make it today, eh? No, I'll make you think you can
You
make it?
can, you can, you
I
can
just
stop
want everyone
or
watching.
pause the video. Okay, but it's fine. I think the main point is, okay, it's ending. Okay, great. Okay, comrade, so District 9 is a movie that you would call an allegory, right? It's using fiction to shine a light on something that has happened, or to shine a light on a social problem or a social issue. What is there anything in that video or in the clip or anything you remember from the movie that reminds you of a real life situation or something that we're experiencing currently in South Africa? Or any views or feelings around that, what you've just seen in the clip? No? Okay. Nothing comes to mind?
I think the incompetence of the system, comrade.
Good. Thanks, comrade Nigel. Okay, for the people in the Zoom, if you can raise your hands and then the chair can note you. Okay, great. So if you can put the participant screen up. We don't need to see the chat on the Zoom, so you can close that section just with the little arrow on next to chat. There's a little arrow at the bottom, sort of in line with chat, with the word chat. You can click on that so that we can see all the participants here, I think. Yeah, close it. Great. Okay. So now I can see the participants that have their hands up. So I see Comrade Julie, Comrade sorry, I can't see. Rehumile, and then So I'm just gonna get one hand here in the room and then come to Zoom.
Thank you very much. When I was seeing this movie, it reminds me of the just recent activity which has happened in Diepsloot, where the minister comes at a hall and there is this young guy who stand up and say, yeah, we don't want foreigners, whether documented or undocumented, they must go, especially when I saw those two young boys saying, we don't care whether wherever they can go, they must go. We don't want them here. So it's exactly the same. Thank you.
Exactly. So it's the same kind of justification and logic, othering a group that that's different to you, that you don't understand, or that you feel doesn't have a legitimate right to be there. Okay, Comrade Julie, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Com. And also when they said, oh, we can take them somewhere else where they can live safely and by themselves 200 kilometers away from Joburg. This is exactly like apartheid special